What's going on, everybody? Sorry about that, y'all. Had some technical difficulties. Imagine that. Let me see if I can remember the hotkeys here. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Well, good lord. No, and that's not it either. There we go. That's the one. What's going on, Archangel? How you doing? I think that explains the, although it only took me about a minute to get it fixed, I think that explains the, big issue with live streams yesterday on Twitch. OBS had an update that, like, really changed how you, or live streams on YouTube. OBS did an update that really changed, the YouTube streaming setup. So if you just load up like you normally would and hit go, it doesn't work. I guess some people were having some major problems with it yesterday. I was able to figure it out pretty quick. So anyway, y'all, going to go back on the hunt into the throne room for spinning steel, but I had to mix it up a little bit. So getting a, wrapping up a quick keep run here real quick. This one's actually been sitting for like an hour, I believe. It's only my second run of the day, as I've had to do random real life bits. So what's up, Hinkleberry? How you doing there, Josh? Erwin, what up, what up? Get these baddies all smacked down. Maybe I'll get something just super nice here. I mean, we will find out. I need to start putting, well, after I get a good spinning steel, I want to try to get a better proton charge gun for my EV. And then I need to get to grinding on ALK Labs, and I think by the time I get done grinding ALK Labs and putting in a few more keep runs, the PTR might be here. Nice. Congrats, Robert. I actually have a really good shield now. It's got double attack rate on it since you're using the slow weapon. Had really good luck with offhands. I mean, I've got just a ton of level 105 offhands just sitting in my inventory. I'll either try to save them until trading happens, or I'll end up just getting rid of them. If I can manage to keep them in there till trading happens, I'll do a big giveaway stream. Speaking of giveaways, exclamation giveaway in chat. That giveaway ends tonight at midnight, and there's one starting for next week, and the one for next week has got some miscellaneous goodies in it. Not just, I mean, not that it's not an absolute awesome thing to win yourself a nice, juicy cosmetic or pet, but we got some good stuff going in next week's giveaway. Augie dipped in and sent me some DLC codes, which is pretty darn nice. So let's just go ahead and jump up here and get this stuff upgraded, I guess. But anyway, how is Sunday, y'all? How is Sunday? It's like this is another heavy skeleton one here, huh? I think I still need some better accessories. Sunday just ended in Greece. Nice. Well, welcome quick. Welcome. Alex, how you doing? Oh no, I'm going right to the throne room as soon as this match is done, Native. I am far from over. The throne room, the spinning steel throne room sword is calling my name still. I can't believe I've only seen one. I did the probability math on it last night based off of 5%, because Phil said it was a 5% drop chance. And you get to a 99% chance to get one dropped by the time you have 90 runs in. And at 100 runs in, you have a 96% chance, as far as probability goes, to have had 2 drop. And I'm probably at like 150 plus runs now. And I've only seen the one crappy one. So yeah, it's quite the bummer. Come on in here and get your head busted on there, Mr. Lycan King. Cooking day, spend most of the day in the kitchen. Pasta salad, salsa fresca, maybe some stew later. Dang. Sounds good there, Sinbad. I mean, as you see, I've got a usable spinning steel now, but, you know, of course I want something better. And we got the craft roll claymore. Meh. Oh wow. Bam. Hum tip papa. That's the way you start the stream. Yeah, we'll take that. Super low rolls on those passives, but I'll take it as a W. Fort power range on those. I will take it as a W. Yeah, 47-minute run. There just possibly could have been a little AFK time in there. Let me see. Power and rate with better rolls. Pretty sure. See, there's another 1 in 5 offhand. These things are just dropping like candy here. Alright, so what were we looking at? Arcanist Helms. Yeah, I would lose by equipping that one. Because those passive rolls are so low, man. That's crazy. Just goes to show you, having the upgrade number is just not what you want to look at. I would just lose by equipping that bad boy. On this character, anyway. So yeah, don't just look at that, y'all. Don't just look at that. Already got a good one there. Went with range on that one. Which already got a good one there, too, really. That one's debatable. I think I'll just leave it in the inventory. I'll lock that one now. I think it's a keeper. Anyway, let's do it, y'all. Let's do it. You guys ready for another brutal day of killing this stupid goblin mech? We are going to brutalize this guy so bad today. And he's had a rough weekend, let me tell you. The goblin mech has been getting his ass kicked. Got yourself a golden monkey last night? Very nice, very nice. I'm going to change my transmogs up here. Let's see, let's change this. I do like this crystal. Let's change the warden. Cakebone, what's up, man? How you doing? What do we want the warden to be? Let's go with golden lichen prince. All right, let's get it, y'all. The throne room beckons. Feel free to hop on in and join me. We doing Lycan King. Let's get it. We got Cake Pone and Archangel in here. I think yesterday was your biggest day for upgrades in a long time. Dang, nice distraction. That's awesome. This is PC today. I'm going to be doing a bunch of console streams here in this upcoming week. But today I am on my main account here on the PC. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it matters, Archangel. You can really just upgrade anything. Just upgrading anything is of benefit. But I mean, I think even at tier 1, I believe the build would probably hold. So yeah, just upgrade anything at all. And keep the traps alive. The traps will die because of all those skeletons. I feel like I missed something. I feel like I got more DU left than I normally would have. Maybe not. It just doesn't feel right on the DU. Well, yeah, I know the reflects aren't in yet, but I normally have one more DU left right now. I'm not really sure where I did it wrong. That's 3. Did I put a long buff beam in somewhere? That's a shorty. This is a shorty. That's kind of weird, really. Gotta have to make sure nothing makes it down these short lanes. Like I said, I'm not really sure what I did differently here, but we've got one less DU than normal. So I did something a little whack. Something a little bit whacked. Oh, I didn't have R. I don't have R as an Aura in over there is what it is. Alright, there we go. So that makes sense. I was thinking, too, that we normally don't have 12 wisps. So there it is. And then here we usually go 2 DU. Good catch, good catch. Just realized yesterday that copters falling is a ton of damage. Oh, yeah. Those things will dish out the walloping. That is for darn sure. Anyway, I think we good. I'm just going to chillax here until I wake up and boost these wisps out. Today I'm suffering from got up too early, didn't have enough caffeine, and had to do actual work. Poor thing, right? Definitely need the caffeine to start flowing here. It's actually flowing, but God, I'm still just snoozing today. Tower boost, you mean? It's more damage. Yeah, but I'm using that little bomber pet. And the Warden boost on the pet is really beast. So even though I'm sitting here not doing anything, I'm actually putting a ton of DPS out. Like anything that makes it even remotely close into the traps is getting bombed. And I got a fairly decent little bomber. Archangel just went and tested the helicopter theory, I see. Oh, I know that feeling too well. Damn helicopters landing on your head. Get smacked, Ogre. Oh, I think I overshot him. Looked like my seed went right over his head. Never realized what was hitting you so hard as you face tank kobolds. Yeah, it's that explosion when they drop, man. They pack a walloping. A walloping. I don't know. ALK Labs has always been one of the grindiest survival maps in the game. I can remember all the way back to beta. All the way back in the beta, ALK Labs was like a brutal, brutal grind. And back then we didn't have wave save points, so every run you had to start from wave 1. Oh man, it was rough, rough, rough. What's going on, Jordan? How you doing? Yeah, well, it wasn't saving the drops. It was that there was rollbacks. The saves, just like the save timings or whatever, were bad. It would roll you back. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the thing about ALK Labs here, is after I finally get a good spinning steel sword, I still need to get a better laser beam gun for my EV. I'm actually hoping to find one with Proteus on it, but additionally find one with cast rate. That would be awesome. That'll allow me to still utilize the laser beam, but additionally I get the benefit of the cast rate for building, because you're always going to be having some kind of EV building going on, you know, your buff beams or reflex or whatever. Wow, man. That's so weird after watching 3 chat windows the last few days. It feels so chill in comparison today. It's so awesome. Well, on Facebook there was not many. Twitter was a surprising number. My Facebook account for the YouTube channel is like 2 weeks old. So, I mean, I got like single-digit Facebook followers. So there was almost no one watching there. But there was a pretty surprising amount on Twitter. Oh, man, you started DDA all over on a different console? Oof. Your cloud saves would have worked if you would have had another Xbox. You would have just downloaded your save file. You know, I don't want to bash Xbox, but the game does run better on PlayStation. It's pretty new, Cakepone. Like, you've always been able to upload the short videos or whatever, but it's pretty new. But yeah, I mean, you know, I hate to say it, but not that it even matters, because I'm not like a Twitter partner. There's no monetization or anything like that. Just kind of wanted to spread the good word, you know. But like, it's been like almost 1,000 people have watched those Twitter videos every day, which is just startling to me. I thought it was going to be like 4, you know. Pretty darn amazing. Found a 4.2k attack giraffe. Almost tempted to tank when you're squire with it. Well, I mean, the problem is the damage you would... Pet damage you would lose, the giraffe probably wouldn't make up for. But yeah, man, that's a good one. 4.2k. Crazy. Crazy. Well, yeah, obviously. There's nothing going to drop that high unupgraded. When you spawn trapped, you always use explosive fire and electric arrow. When spawn camping, yeah. Get as much AoE clearing in there as you can. You could get away. I mean, you could drop one of the DPS items, but you will definitely see, like, if you dropped either the electric arrow, I wouldn't suggest dropping this explosive, but if you dropped either like an electric arrow or dropped the inferno, you'll see a difference in the number of mobs that creep through. And remember too, that's just for the, well, I mean, all you're doing is the Lycan King bonus waves now, huh? I was gonna say, that's just for the Lycan King. Like, for the even Ancient Dragon difficulty, you could probably get away with just explosive and electric, or just explosive and inferno. But I mean, the best thing to do would be to just try it out. You know, I mean, like, the only straight up true spawn camp that I've done so far has been that Ancient Mines survival, where it's 100% everything into spawn camping and nothing else on the map. And it's just so crazy effective there. Aramir just broke 1,000 a few days ago. He put it on his YouTube channel. They haven't been the best probably for a really long time, Ohana, but they're still usable. They're actually good. They're better now than they were months ago. Sludges, DSTs, Beaming Blossom, and Wisps, all those are really, really good on that map. Nice, Sinbad. It's a grinder for sure. Nice, Nexus. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Weird. Or those skeletons are right in the perfect place behind us. He wasn't knocking me away. Well, this map is just a really long one. You know, it's one of the longest ones, if not the longest one in the game. Well, the next one is the Summoner, which will be in PTR testing in the next couple weeks. They haven't announced anything past that. Right. Come on, you spinning steel, be there. Of course not. Yay! Inspired Assault Shield number 472. Or, sword, pardon me. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Power and regen. I mean, that's the ideal piece for my Warden, or for my Rogue right there. I probably should put some mana regen on that guy too, but I've got no mana regen on my Rogue, and I don't really have any issues the way I play with the Rogue. They could have Nexus. They could have, yeah. In Snare, you get to the power cap real quick. So, you know, range and fort would be the biggest two. I would prioritize range. I haven't gotten another one yet, no. These things are just being so crazy elusive. All of these runs now, I've only seen one of them here, and it was a really crappy roll. It's insane, man. My luck has been so bad. I mean, my luck is never good, but it's normally not this bad. You know? It's funny too. I did a keep run earlier today before I started stream. It was my first run of the day, and I got another spinning steel keep weapon. And it just wasn't as good as the one I already have, so I didn't bother with it. But that's a Kickstarter thing. It's actually a Protean Slicer is the name of the sword. It gets named various things from the Kickstarter, though, for people that were at that tier, that backer tier. Yeah, it's a Protean Slicer is the name of that bad boy. There we go. That's the right amount. Second time's the charm. I hope so, Cake Pone. I hope so. I mean, I would build them for damage and just make sure you have range everywhere you can. Damage first, though. Range second. Having big infernos that don't hit for anything don't do you any good, you know? No, you should move up to Nightmare, and then as soon as you can beat Nightmare, you should move up to Massacre. You shouldn't farm prior to Endgame, because you don't really need to. And, I mean, you can if you want, but you don't need to, and there's kind of no point, because you're just going to replace everything instantly anyway when you go up to the next tier. So if you're level 70 and have beaten the summit on campaign, you should be in Nightmare. But on the same note, can't stress it enough. If you're having fun, do what you want, man, because fun is the right way to do it. So, I mean, if you want to get to end game as quick as possible, then I can give you the advice there. But as far as just playing, if you're having fun, man, you're doing it right. No matter what difficulty you're on. You know? That's just how it is. No, Ethereum Champion is a hero set. It affects the hero. There's no weapon set that affects towers. That's it, David. That is it. Same can be said about every game. I mean, the whole point of it is to get entertainment, right? If you are being properly entertained, then you are good. Well, I mean, Sludge is the most broken thing in the game. Saying you beat it without DSTs or Wisps, but you use Sludge is not an achievement. Kalu, it's not an achievement. That's the easiest way. Sludges are OP, dude. Say you beat it with traps only, I'll be impressed. Man, now I'm curious. If you could do traps only. Probably solo you could. Oh, you're going to find very happy times with the sludge launcher. That is for sure. That thing is a beast. I'm so curious to see what these changes are now. I still don't know what the other two would be. I mean, it could be Reflect Beam. I think saying the cannonballs are going to be changed is fair. I think saying that the Darkness Trap is going to a PDT is kind of a no-brainer. DSTs are incredible. Right now, they're very good. DSTs are going to get a crazy buff if they put that rune from going rogue into DDA. That rune that makes them explode. That is going to be an enormous DST buff. Oh, you don't like them shooting fast? DSTs are one of the top towers to use. I mean, are they the absolute top? No, but they're up there. I mean, you can use DST builds on every map. Yeah, exploding DST may give Sludge Launcher a run for its money, I agree. DSTs are... You can get down to 0.35 now, David. You have to be using a speedy gemstone to get to it, but yeah, you can get 3 shots per second. Pew, 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 pew. These things are machine guns, dude. It's 0.6 without. It's 0.35. As far as I've seen anyway. I haven't seen anybody get them to 0.25. What's your DD1 LTs? It's fair, man. Those things are beyond glorious in DD1. I mean, glorious, glorious. But yeah, just with a buff beam alone, though, David, with no hero boost, no nothing else, you can get them to 0.6. Just with your stats and a buff beam. So, I mean, even at 0.6, they're shredding maps. The last big update that hit couple of weeks ago cut every tower, every defense's rate caps in half. So if it's shot at 1 second before, you can get down to half a second now. If it's shot at a half a second before, you can get down to 0.25 now. But remember, nothing changed with it though. Now it shoots faster but does less damage per shot. DPS is the same. So you didn't really gain anything out of it. Well, DST is not supposed to be clearing trash. Throw down a trap or an aura, dude, and trash is gone. We haven't seen enough. They're flaming to know. We can assume a lot of the going rogue runes will make it in. So there is a few that mechanically change things, and then there's also a few that are just kind of generic, applies to everything. So I think there will be a combination of both. There will be some that are like just generic and applies to every defense, and then there will be some that will be defense specific that will be kind of a mechanical change. So we don't really know, other than what's in Going Rogue right now, we don't really know what to expect. And some of the Going Rogue ones, like I want it very bad, don't get me wrong. But some of the, like that explosive DST one, man, it seems like it might even be broken OP if they put it into DDA. Because it's crazy in Going Rogue. I mean, I really, really hope it makes it in, because I think that's going to make the DST just like a real powerhouse. Gonna make it a beast. Those just joining, the giveaway for, or this week's giveaway ends tonight. Another giveaway will be starting Tuesday or Wednesday when we start back up. Monday and Tuesday I won't be doing the autumn celebration. That'll be kind of my days off. Or at least Monday. I might jump back to a Tuesday anyway. Just because you know I'm going to be grinding anyway. But we'll have another giveaway starting. But the current giveaway for this week ends tonight at midnight. It says 28 days left. Shouldn't. Unless I accidentally hit the wrong month. Which is quite possible. Let me look at it real quick. Holy shit, I hit the wrong month. Alright, well, let's change that. It ends tonight. Yep. Wow. There we go. Ends in 9 hours. It is fixed. All right, where were we? Yep, I got a assload of mana. Well, it should be in PTR testing pretty quick. Their Loculent name. Or did I massacre it? Is it Luculent? How do you pronounce that? Saying words is not my strong point. Luculent, fair enough. Makes sense. Yeah, man. You take off your boost, it's unhappiness instantly arrives. It's going to be in PTR testing within the next couple of weeks, Killian, so I would say it'll be on the live servers within a month, I would guess. But yeah, it's coming. Or this little juicy autumn celebration is over, we will be playing episode 2 on the test servers. I mean, I'm hoping sooner rather than later. Phil said early October, so I mean, I think the longest away it would be is 2 weeks. And I mean, what is today? Today's the 25th, so hell, in a week. Do I want to hear a dad joke? Always. Oh, it won't be October 25th, for sure. I would bet it's probably really close to being ready to go right now. What do monster folks sing? I don't know. What do monster folks sing? The Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash. That one's not very good, Shadow Dragon. Just saying. I can appreciate a good dad joke, but I don't know. I don't know how great that one was. Just saying, man. Just saying. Oh no! Huh. What was that? We haven't lost a match in 3 days. A Rift Dark Elf Mage. It's just the random... It doesn't happen very often. It's the random... Jin buffs a Dark Elf Mage and they Zerg the core. It's like 1 out of every 30 or 40 runs you might see it. Oh, you know it was. Frog Killer. You know it. The Dark Elf Mages are quite uppity when they get Jin buffed. And they'll just run right in. Now, the answer to that is that you gotta put Reflect Beams on the core. But it doesn't happen enough where I've worried about it. But if you put Reflect Beams on the core, then you don't have that problem. It wasn't a bug. It was a mage that got buffed by Jin. I mean, there was no bug there. It's just, it has to be perfect timing. Because a Jin is not going to prioritize buffing mages. You know, they're going to buff whatever they want to buff that's close. Like I said, it doesn't happen often, but I've seen it happen on every map. I don't think he's on the stream. That's fair. The Jin buff makes the mage just walk through all the crowd control. And they just Zerg directly to the core. You got a mask with no stats? Weird. Stability is knockback resistance. That's right, he's not watching the stream. You would love to buff to your gin and tonic? What kind of priorities do you mean, Daniel? Like something you'd want to upgrade first, or what do you mean by priorities? Target priority? There's two different sets. There's fodder targeting and there's special enemy targeting. I've got a video posted up about it that goes through the exact list of what order everything is in. So basically, you just have to know if a defense is fodder targeting or special enemy targeting. If you choose defenses that are all fodder targeting, you're very likely to lose, because that defense is going to target like a goblin over an ogre, you know? So like the best build will have a mix. You know, you'll have defenses specifically designed to deal with fodder. Well, yeah, the modifiers to defenses are all different in the different difficulties. Well, for Nightmare Massacre, anyway. Now, they'll walk through a sludge, too. The sludge fires slow, remember. A Jin buffed mage will walk right through and not get hit by a sludge launcher. Because odds are, the sludge launcher is going to target something else based off its priorities. Like in this build here, we're using traps and arrows to kill all the fodder enemies. Where we're using traps. And then the wisps are the special enemy targeting. So we got both, you know, both in there. But a Jin buffed mage is a Jin buffed mage. This build right here, we've been grinding out in 4-player for a few days now. Jordan, it works really well. If you're doing solo, get rid of the gas traps because they make the map run too slow. And add in a couple more wisps. Oh man, that would be crazy, DD. That's a good seed to plant in Phil's head right there. That would be so awesome. Could you imagine? That would be ridiculous. Got to get that seed planted. All of my builders are like 10k plus main stat. And my best ones are closer to 13k. But remember, if you're doing a build with 13, if somebody with 13 main K or 13k main stat can AFK it, then somebody with 9k main stat can do it and participate. So don't worry about if my stats are better than your stats, whether or not the build will work. The game just doesn't function that way. The stats determine the level of participation required, not whether or not it will win. A Jin minion would just be so incredible. That would just be the most awesome minion ever. They would make it so that it only buffed heroes, though. I don't think they'd make it so it buffed towers. Our own Jin buffed Delph. That'd be mean, huh? I'd do some clearing. Well, I mean, if you're sitting at 8.5K, then maybe you need to consider Ancient Dragon bonus waves instead of Lichen King. I mean, you might be able to do some of the maps, but remember there's steps, you know? If you try to skip right to the end, you'll have a much tougher time than going through all the motions. So, like, beat Ancient Dragon bonus waves first, or at least get sets of gear from Ancient Dragon bonus waves, and then you'll be able to step up to Lichen King much smoother. I wonder why he tags everything like that. I've never seen any player do that. He does it pretty consistently, too. It's not like, I mean... He wants you to help him kill this shit now. But I don't think I've ever seen another player actually use it in Dungeon Defenders games. I don't even know what the command is. I mean, it's not a bad thing. You know? He's letting you know where all the stuff is. Oh, it's middle mouse. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go ping some shit now. Don't die, enemies. I want to ping you. I want to ping a goblin. All right, here we go. Come on, goblins. Did I get it? It's not working for me. I bet I got my middle mouse button assigned to something else, and there's conflict. Because I use my middle mouse button in a bunch of other games. So I might have it assigned somewhere in my mouse software. Damn it, I want to ping. Let me see. I don't see anything else. Like I said, I might have it assigned in my... Oh, it's not letting me change that one. Okay. Nope, still couldn't ping. Dang it, man. Yeah, I've gotten a bunch of accessories with 2 builder stats. The thing with accessories is there's so many passive rolls that it's going to be pretty rare, you know, because there's a lot of rolls to choose from. It's not like the passives on your armor or whatever. Man, I did the most stupidest thing I could have ever done here before starting stream. My wife just went grocery shopping and she bought some dry roasted peanuts, and I put a bunch in a little dish and set it in here. It was the worst possible thing I could have done. I'm gonna eat all these damn peanuts. Alright, let me put them up. I saw a load trap over here. I'm thinking, well, I mean, I used one of those Razor Naga mice, so I'm assuming I probably just got it attached to something else. Because I do use the software for it quite frequently in games. I've got like entire different button profiles for like Diablo 3, etc. that I use. Because when it comes to grinding in Diablo 3, I really like the one-handed grind going with the Razor Naga. Yeah, it's quite handy. I actually started using, I got one of those little Razor Tartarus little keypad things. I haven't found many games I like to use it with, but I do like using it with PoE and Diablo. It's pretty handy. Alright, let's see what's in the box. Got a little wizard that time. Move speed and HP restore. Inspired assault. Imagine that. Man, nothing but junk that run. Wow. Alright, was that 2 runs or was that 3 runs? It was only 2, so we'll do 1 more and then I'll remake. So, give other people an opportunity to pop in. Well, yeah, I'm not counting the fail runs. You can't count unless you get the chest, right? The difference between the two is like 1%. It's very, very small. But 1% is 1%, right? On a 30 million damage hit, the throne room one, when you look at, if you look at comparable apples to apples, exact same upgrades, exact same stats and everything, if you compare the two, this one is about 1% better. So, I mean, it's such a small difference. So if you got a good one from the keep, it's going to be better than a slightly worse one from here. So, I mean, it comes down to RNG. Of course, you know, I called Phil out on Twitter and everything today, so I'm hoping Phil hits the Juice Bags has badass RNG button and hooks it up here, and I get a really high roll one. Because, I mean, I got a usable one now, so I'm looking for something better, you know, not something that's just the same. It's crazy how many runs, man. I've done so many runs here the last, what, it's been 3 days since the update? Since the hotfix set? I mean, I've seriously spent 18 hours a day for those 3 days in this map. It's a crazy amount of grind that I've done and just can't get a good one. You have a serviceable spin to win sword from Keep. Just need accessories and armor for it. Huh. Pardon me, choking to death. Well, as far as the spinning steel ones, the one I have is the best, and it's a super low roll. It's like 347 upgrades or something like that. I've got some really high rolled like Ethereum champion swords if I wanted to build that way, but I like the spinning steel playstyle, you know. I mean, first off, it's the highest DPS. So it is the top, you know, but additionally, I just enjoy running around and spinning on shit. I just think it's super fun. Well, I mean, you need to beat the keep at some point to get Liking King bonus difficulty. The keep isn't bad, you just got to figure out a build that works for you, you know? The trial and error is the fun. Don't do the same build over and over. If you build it and it doesn't work, then change the build. If you do the same thing, you're going to get the same results, right? So make changes to it. You'll have it knocked out in no time. Bracers, it's more about looking at the passive rolls. Because the difference between 150 upgrades and 300 upgrades or whatever is nothing when you look at the range of those stat rolls. Because you can get passives that roll as low as like 250 and as high as like 500. So it's more about if you find a high passive rolls with the passages you want, ignore the number of upgrades it has. It's just going to be better. Well, you should. That's what you should be focused on. There, DeKalo is getting to that, because any weapon you farm now is something you're just going to replace because it's not good. Get to the top difficulty first and don't sweat weapons and stuff like that. You need to farm fusion sets is what you want. forcing yourself to do 10 keep runs a day, I mean, you're going to get good loot, you know? The keep just offers a lot. It's a good place to farm because you got the guaranteed mask, you got the boss weapon, plus you got the Arcanist piece. And then additionally, there's a chance for it to drop another random accessory, so you might get a brooch or bracers that are super good, you know? So there's a lot of really good farming opportunity there for sure. Oh yeah, all about the loots. All about the loots. How many as possible is an unknown figure? Because it's not based off of a set number, it's based off of the item power. And the item power is made up by each individual stat roll and the number of upgrades. So the number of upgrades is just one piece of the 5-piece pie. So say it only rolls with 3 stats. Well then, if it's a high item power, that's going to give you more of each of those stats, and it's going to give you more upgrade amounts. And we don't currently have a active data miner to, not that we'd be able to even know what those numbers are, because what a data miner finds is Unreal Engine units, and we don't know how Chromatic is handling Unreal Engine units. I mean, that Arcanist piece I found earlier is a great example of it. It's got 425 upgrades, but it's got really, really low passive rolls, so it makes it nowhere near as good as the 390 upgrade piece I was already had equipped, you know? What I say is the best pet for every hero in the game? Well, I mean, for raw DPS purposes, any heroes that have survivability issues, like the Huntress, Monk, or Apprentice, I'd probably say a Giraffe. For the Rogue, it's definitely the Prop Cat. For the Squire, since they're melee range anyway, you'd want to use the highest DPS pet, which is the Monkey King. And then for the Warden, getting range on the Warden is a nice quality of life since her melee sucks. So the little bomber. The EV, you'd want to use Prop Cat too. I mean, every hero besides the Squire or Warden, you should really either be using a Giraffe or a Prop Cat, one of the two. And then the Squire and the Warden have really, really good pet buffs. So you'd want to use a DPS pet on those. And then you've got, like, I mean, some heroes, like the Rogue, for example. If you're not using a Prop Cat on a Rogue, you're just a criminal. You should be institutionalized. Because the Rogue puts out really good damage, and it's straight up double damage. Nice, Cake. That's awesome. Awesome. But what's the other stat roll, though? Because if it's missing a stat, if it's, say, percent damage in Fort, it's a big bummer. Well, yeah, but we were talking about just for DPS purposes. Obviously, if you're not DPSing, then you're tower boosting or whatever, you'd want to use one of the utilities. A good one would be 370 upgrades or more. The damaging pets, you look at the upgrades. Don't look at any of the stats. Just look at the upgrades. Well, I mean, make sure it's got the stats. Like, you'd want a 3 stat and at the speed cap. But you'd want 3 stats at the speed cap. 370 plus upgrades would be considered good, in my opinion. Anything below that would, well, I mean, anything like 340 and above would be usable, but definitely wouldn't be good. Doesn't matter what the fusion damage is, like I just said, so just get that out of your whole vocabulary. You just go by upgrades because all you do is upgrade the damage, so the number of upgrades is greater than any other number. Well, there's no projectiles on a Monkey King. It's a melee pet. You'll probably have a hard time replacing that one, Cake. It might be good enough for you to keep for a long time. When you get a really high rolled something like that, I mean, you're in the area where you need, like, God roll stuff to replace it, you know? Yeah, next episode we'll get a bunch more stuff, for sure. Well, part 2 of the next episode, anyway. Figure we won't get bonus waves until the boss drops. And that's what we're really looking for, is bonus waves. Or bonus difficulty, I should say. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, when the next bonus difficulty comes is when people will be in full 105 stuff. Actually, there will probably be people in full 105 stuff just from mixed mode. Well, I mean, if people keep knocking out 20-minute runs, their Archangel's never going to get shortened. Yeah, but you're not going to be able to go back and farm your fusion stuff. Or like an Arcanist Helm or whatever on the higher difficulty. So, I mean, you'll probably get some random drops that are better than what you have. But for the most part, it's going to take the Lichen King, or the next bonus difficulty to really make the difference. Nice, Cake. Wrong button. God dang it, I'm dead. I turned off my boost instead of spinning. God dang it. Oops. Do not hit the C button. Hit the F button. Lesson learned. Yeah, not really. Because you know I'll do it again in 10 minutes. I gotta quit at these goddamn peanuts, man. Why did I bring them in here? It was a mistake. No, I hope so. They've got a lot going on, so I don't want to. I don't want to assume. It won't be like a special map or anything, but I think there's probably a good chance of there being like a login event or something like that. But, I mean, we'll see. I mean, Phil is a busy, busy boy at the moment. That is for damn sure. Some candy corn wings. I don't know, man. I want other stuff. I mean, the wings are cool and all, but I want other things besides just wings. With the back piece. I mean, I don't even know what, but just something else other than wings. We got so many wings in the game now. But there's probably a high probability of it being wings. Or a mask. There's weapon transmogs are in the game now. Or do you mean a special one for Halloween? Yeah, big old back scabbard, that'd be cool. You meant a Halloween one? Yeah, that would be cool. Same thing there. I think a pet might be realistic, but enemy skins, that's not going to be realistic. It's too much work for one guy. A pet skin could possibly happen. I mean, a single unit skin could happen for really any piece, but it's not going to happen for enemies. I wouldn't think, anyway. It would require a lot of real trivial work. Unless they hook Phil up with an intern or something. Get Phil an intern. Actual costumes like in DD1 and 2. Yeah. Stability and move speed. It just feels like that's the only thing I ever see. Sword back in here. 2 giraffe. Crappy sword. That was not even worth picking up. Burning soul skins. Yeah, that'd be awesome. So that was 3 runs there, y'all. So I am going to pop out and remake the group. Feel free to rejoin, but I do want to just make sure other people have an opportunity to hop in. Do a little inventory cleanup here real quick. None but junk, huh? You know what? Let me just spam sell this stuff. So I know it's all trash. That was that. All right, y'all. Give me 1 minute here real quick. I'm going to run and brew another coffee real quick and go pee. Exclamation giveaway in chat. If you have not entered in the giveaway, that giveaway ends tonight at midnight. So make sure you get entered, and that'll give you something to do for a couple minutes while I'm gone. But anyway, be right back, everybody. Alright, I am back, y'all. We got the old quad espresso going. Oh, yeah. So, go back to here, huh? So delish. Yummy, yummy. Alright, let's get back in there. Getting a lot. I'm gonna have to throw out some of these bracers. Holy shit, we're over 2 pages of bracers now. It's time to get these dang weapons. Let's get it, y'all. Here's Alex. Particle in a box and Archangel. Welcome, welcome. Give your squire a try this time? Yeah, for sure, man. Wonder if I could build these buff beams at the same time to speed up the length of this. Are these RS touching? Yeah, they actually are. So yeah, I got to do it the way I've been doing it. I was definitely curious if because that would shave what, another minute off the build time. You've got 7 mana and 5% HP regen now. It's getting there. It's getting there. The HP regen is insanely helpful. I think a lot of people underestimate how good that is. Like if you're using it on an active hero, it gives you so much tankiness. In fact, I may end up going mana regen, HP regen on my rogue bracers too. I haven't had an issue with wanting to use my devices on my rogue. In the spin, I only use situationally. So I haven't put any mana regen on him at all. I mean, I don't think he has one piece with mana regen on it. I think it would probably be worth be able to spin a little more. I'm actually wondering what kind of uptime you'd be able to keep if you went mana regen and mana recover on every piece. And I'm wondering too, like that's an obvious choice for a rune, right? For the spin move. So, I mean, maybe like full-time spin rogues might end up being the meta in episode 2. Yeah, keeping stealth up is nice for sure. It's 25 is the number on spin. So the thing is, too, is when you're spinning, you're going to be picking up mana constantly. So that's going to be proccing off like crazy. But the rogue spin is the most expensive most expensive thing in the game. Oh, nice. Congrats, Alex got the giraffe. Congrats. Yeah, it's nice. Definitely a nice accomplishment getting it. I can't imagine very many players have it yet still. I bet it's still like in the 1% range. It's definitely got to be pretty low. I need to be doing better about keeping my warden buff up. It's for clearing all of the maps on to wave 100 cake. So when you do your last survival run, it actually unlocks 2 pets. You get the one for the map and then the one for the golden giraffe. Oh, it's a grind, no doubt. It is definitely a grind. You figure even if you had God mode speed on maps, because some of the maps are pretty quick, like Ancient Mines, Deeper Well, you're going to knock those out in under 2 hours. But some of the maps are taking 3 to 4 hours. So, I mean, if you figure there's, what, 19 maps. If they average, say they averaged 3 hours each, yeah, that's what, 57 hours just in grind to get that done if you do them all. Now, the smart thing to do, of course, is to team up with people. We were actually trying to look for 4 players for our team up, but no one was really interested in putting that hard of a grind in right when the update hit, which is fine. So Aramir and I ended up splitting them. He ended up doing more maps than me. But he also did Act 1, which was way quicker. Where every Act 2 map was 2 to 3 hours long. Or every Act 3 map was 2 to 3 hours long. But he started with Act 1, I started with Act 3. And then I did Tornado Highlands. And he did the rest of Act 2. And then we did Act 4 together. Yeah, it's just crazy to think how many bracers I'm going to have by the time this is over. I should go through and clear some of them out. Because having 2 pages of bracers is a little excessive. Not yet. That's coming in the next update. That's why I'll try to hold stuff to do some giveaways. But at the same time, I mean, when you're putting in stupid hours like I do, you can go from 200 to 500 items in your inventory real quick. You know? How many hours has it even said for me the last 2 weeks? Wow, you guys don't even want to know. Holy crap, man. Steam says that I've logged 180 hours in DDA in the last 2 weeks. Oof. Good Lord. Well, what? 7 times 24. So... how could it possibly be 180 hours? There's not 180 hours in a week. It's got some weird rounding or something going on. Or no, it's in a week. There's 168 hours in a week. So out of 316 or 336 hours, I've been in DDA 180 hours. That's crazy. So more than half of the total hours, so at least 12 hours a day every day for the last 2 weeks. Good Lord. Yeah, sounds like PoE League launches, for sure. I'm just probably still, you know, I know people got over it, but there was so much negativity about this PoE League, I'm probably just going to skip this one and just not play it at all. I've got other stuff to play right now, too. Yeah, I mean, I still haven't done my completed my season journey in Diablo 3. This season, our entire clan was playing Classic WoW because of the Wrath of the Lich King launch. So, our entire clan, it was me and Aramir, we were the only 2 people playing out of the whole clan. And if you looked at your friends list, it was playing WoW Classic, WoW Classic, WoW Classic, every one of them. Well, it depends on when you click it, CakePone. If you've already got the map built, it could possibly be the next run, you know, because the bot lags behind. Yeah, I think Wrath of the Lich King will be the last of the classic expansions, you would think. I'm curious, did they keep separate servers, though? Do they have, like, a true vanilla WoW Classic server? For people who want that, even though it wasn't the same experience. They've already put out surveys about it? Wow. You can still play Classic. I wondered how that worked. No, nothing yet. Nexus. You're a retail enjoyer? That's fair. I stopped playing. Well, the last expansion I played was Mists of Pandaria, and I put like no time into it. I mean, I went through the through the content, but I didn't do any grind at all. I don't know, man. There was way too many pandas running around for me. I was a big player. Even with all the hours I have in DD2, it's still not anywhere near my World of Warcraft hours. It's like half. It's ridiculous. I played WoW a ton way back. I played it a ton all the way through Burning Crusades. And then after Burning Crusades, I started dropping off a little bit. Your DK is at 480 days. Damn. It's so much quicker. Junk. What is up with the HP regen and movement speed? That's like all I'm getting anymore. And of course, no spinning steel. I mean, it's not a bad sword, but who wants to play Inspired Assault? I mean, I guess I could keep it just in case somebody does. Let's do another. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. It's about 1% better in DPS output than the one on the keep. So I'm grinding a 1% damage increase, basically. Which is just silly, but that's what I'm doing. Well, I mean, I've got another 100 runs in me before my sanity starts to decline. I will stick with what I've got when I get to that point. Because, I mean, I still need to get a better Protean Blaster, too. So, I mean, getting the sword is not the end of the grind here for me. But, I mean, I've got 100 more runs in it before I'm just going to have to take a break and go to the keep or something. But I draw the line at 100 more runs. That is definitely when the decline of sanity will start. And I mean, I would love to be able to grind DDA all the way up to the PTR for episode 2 launching, but on the same note, there's a couple other games out I want to play, so you know, I want to be able to spend a little bit of time in them. And then we know the what, the OG is getting an update too, so that's going to be something else to do in another game, you know. I'm hoping to find a group of people to play with on DD1 launch day. There's so many people that have much better setups and everything than me for DD1. So I don't feel comfortable just making public games in DD1. I don't feel like my builds would hold out on a bunch of maps, particularly if the new content is difficult, which assuming it probably will be. I need to get my ass in there and grind out a few armor pieces. Oops. Sitting here burning my boost, thinking I hit Control G. Oopsies. King's Game, Jungle, and Infested. I need to get in and grind some Infested, because that's like the armor grind spot now, right? I need some poly carries, Robert. Got any poly carries in you? I'll line up for that, man. I've done Infested a bunch. I know I can clear that one. I mean, if you find a super high roll one, I don't even really look at helmets much unless they're 105s. If you find a super high roll one that's in a slot where you've already got that slot covered, but I mean, it's going to have to be a ridiculously high roll just to be in par with like an above average Arcanist helm. So to an extent, and for most players, no, there's no point at all, you know? But if you do, you know, since you're grinding, yeah, you can get them. I've gotten quite a few now. I got a stupid Arcanist helm, Cake Poon. See that thing, you'd be like, damn! All high-pitched like that and everything. Sadly, the stat rolls aren't perfect on it, but it did roll double fort. So, with the double fort roll, I put it on my Waller. I'll show you here at the break if I remember. Remind me when we get down to 0. Yeah, the 2200 one. Thing is stupid. I mean, could you imagine if that thing would have rolled percent damage and power and then had power, range, and rate on it? Oh my god. Yeah, it has to be 105 to get up that high. I've seen a bunch of 105 pieces now, though, but, you know, same as always. We've got the wrong stats, or missing a stat, or what, bad passives, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal. Get 2 or 3 while you're there. Don't just get 1. I tell you what, man, you got a 105% damage and power one with 4 stats on it. That would be I want to say that would be a 10 trillion gold sale when trading happens. I think that would literally sell for 10 trillion. Trillion, not billion. trillion. That would be a hot, hot, hot item to sell. Well, yeah. I mean, anybody in their right mind wouldn't sell it. It's the 64-bit integer, so it's like 8 quintillion. I don't know the exact number. Like I do the 32-bit one's a lot easier to remember. Oh yeah, it's that one here. 494 ups with double fort. So I got it on a Waller. Thing's just a machine, man. 1,750 rate on it with no upgrades put into it. That thing is a beast. You're at 9 trillion? Yeah, you're, no one will ever hit the gold cap without cheating. I'm fairly confident. It's a pretty insane number. I mean, maybe after trading is a thing. If, depending on how the market is, you know? But even then, I mean, even someone who had, like, all of the best gear in the game to trade, it's going to be pretty difficult to get to 8 quintillion, you know? That's a lot of gold. Even Cheat Engine can't spawn that number? Well, that's good to know. I gotta turn a fan on, y'all. It's starting to turn into an oven in here. I'm just gonna leave my mic and everything all queued up. So don't mind me dancing around the room over here. And the temperature here in Washington changed so drastically just over a week ago. Like a week ago, I'm like wearing sweats and closing down the house and ready to bake or ready to freeze, you know? And like today, shit, man, I feel silly for wearing pants. I should be wearing shorts. It's just hot. Yeah, if you take all the gold everyone's farmed, you wouldn't be close. I agree. Ooh, feels better now. I got a window open and a fan blowing in. False alarm, the helmet was absolute dog water. Well, like I said, it's probably the next run, Kate. It's next run, not this one. It'll be there, though. It'll be there. Temp in your house is much cooler today. Nice. We got a warm bunch of days coming up here. Tomorrow, I think I'm hoping it's the last mow of the year. You know, I live on the 5 acres, so it's a lot of mowing involved. That's the spirit, Cake. That's the spirit. Working 5 hours, though. You might want to take a little nap. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty warm tomorrow out there on that mower. And then you'd think, I mean, shit, October's right around the corner. You'd think they would start to cool off a bit here. Last year by this time, it was definitely light jacket weather, you know? But definitely not this year. Yeah, it's been real mild here. The summer was relatively mild too. It never got super hot. I mean, we had hot days, but like I don't think we had but maybe 1 or 2 days over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We had some light rain at night. Actually, Saturday night, Sunday morning, we had rain. Because I was supposed to mow on Sunday, and everything was wet, so I didn't. I got off the hook. But it didn't rain a whole lot. It rained, but not a ton. We got bad skelly spawns again, I think. Feels like it's creeping through these last half. Where do you live at, Robert? You live over by Seattle? Somebody told me they live... Or no, they said they thought I lived over by Seattle. Oh, you live in California. Gotcha. Got about 3 inches. Holy crap. That's some rain. Yeah, I think most of it went south of me. Like, parts of Washington definitely got some heavy rain, but we didn't really get it over here, over by Spokane. I'm gonna talk to you about rain. You're from Ireland? That's fair. I like the rain, personally. I don't mind that it rains a lot here. It actually doesn't rain near as much here as it did over at the coast where we used to live. Before we moved over here to Spokane, April was a year. So it's been just over a year ago. A year and a third or whatever, quarter or whatever. We've lived here, but we lived right on the coast prior, and there it rained like crazy. All the time. Man, the allergies are getting me today. I think if we could get a little bit more rain, that would help the whole allergy situation out quite a bit. It's been a rough one today. Get wrecked, Mr. Oga. Sorry, Greg, we ain't having none of that. Nice cake. I haven't seen very many 105 Arcanist Helms. I've seen a few, but definitely not many. Well, we know that 110 loot is coming too. Just think of what they're going to be then. Can't wait. You getting the early access here? Man, I hope it's not long. I really don't. I would be so stoked if the PTR hit sometime like a week from today. The gear that has a level requirement of 105. It's super rare stuff. The level requirement for pretty damn good stuff is 90. But for the super rare high rolls, it's 105. I have my loot now set to only pick up 105 gear. So if any good shield or offhand drops, I automatically pick it up. That's why you never see me running around looking at the shields or offhands or whatever. I've got a really good spinning steel one now. And it's got both of the rolls I wanted. I wanted double attack speed increase since this thing swings so slow. So I got the generic attack speed increase, and then I got chance on hit of an attack speed increase. I only pick up 105 gear, but that's not what you should do unless you're completely decked. Like, if you're 12 to 13k main stat on everybody, you could continue that or consider that, but there's without a doubt that I miss out on some really good level 90 gear by not dealing with it and not auto-looting it. So I don't really suggest anyone do that unless they're really decked out. Yeah, I mean, if you're just now reaching 10k, then you definitely don't want to do that. Oh no. Spider debuff for the loss. It's all you guys. Yeah, godly gear doesn't mean anything. Just saying you have godly gear just means you're in massacre mode. It's all godly gear. From the absolute trash all the way up to the really good stuff. So, yeah, I mean, godly is just super wide range. It's probably even wider than that, Cake, I bet. I bet it's way wider than 7k. We got another trashy pet. Giraffe is meh, above average. Got power and range on that, but look at the low roll and the number of upgrades. I mean, that's just junky bracer, even though it's got power range. And another non-spinning steel. It's weird, too. I'm getting the rare marked for death one. For the rogue. And I can't get the squire one on the squire. Well, I mean, that would definitely be your build there, Nexus. Just need to change your build up. I think dude's got a buggy loading screen. We might have to restart here. Actually, we'll probably be fine. We don't need the mana anyway. Sorry about that. Sorry about what? What'd you do? Just kidding, man. Whatever you're sorry about, don't worry about it. It's all good. Wrong trap. Let's get the right trap. I've got tons of 105 gear. It's dropping way more consistently now. Like, I mean, back before mix mode, I would get a 105 piece like once a week, and now I get like 10 a day. I mean, you know, most of them are junk, but I probably get 10 105 pieces a day, at least. Bread Plays, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Oops, looks like I forgot the ensnare over here, huh? Just make sure you're having fun, Zilla, is the main thing, because there's a whole lot of grind, you know? Just like every Dungeon Defenders game, grind is a feature. There's a massive amount of it. So just, whatever you're doing, just make sure you're having fun, man. Is the best advice I could give you. If you just hard grind it like I do, you end up being a tired, bitter old man. All angry at Phil and his control of my RNG. So just make sure you're having a good time, man. They can be in survival, but the chances are really, really low. Like I said, with the number of hours I put in, I was getting like maybe 1 a week before in survival. And now I'm getting like 10 a day in mixed mode. Can't have it shaving 20 years off your life? Oh no. It won't shave 20 years off, Cake Cone. You will have to grind that whole time. All 20 of them. The years will still be there. They'll be filled with the hunt for the stupid spinning steel sword. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. Keep mixed mode can be quite easy to do if you focus ogres. How much regen? I don't know what I have all together. I'll have to check. I've got 2 okay pieces and 1 kind of crappy piece, but they all have HP regen on it, so mine's probably not super high. But I took it on the sword as well. It's easy peasy for you now, Cake. I assure you. Well, you remember what it was like on first breaking in. The ogres come in a rotation. So you got 2 choices. If your DPS is high enough, you can ignore the ogres and kill the boss before the ogres get to the core. If your DPS is not high enough, then run around and kill the ogres. There's 3 ogres that spawn on the keep. You kill the 3 ogres, you got like 2 or 3 minutes before another ogre will spawn. So you just kill those 3 ogres, then go deal with the boss. If he's still not dead, then ignore the boss again, run out, kill the ogres again, and come back and kill the boss. I'm actually uploading that that Harpoon Flame Burst Tower build I did on the keep to YouTube here probably tomorrow morning. And that's what I had to do. I had to focus all the ogres. So you'll get a pretty good example of it. But it's basically just ignore what can't kill you. If it can't end your run, don't worry about it. And go after the things that can. So like a copter ogre, as long as the copter dies and doesn't kill you, a copter ogre is never going to end your run, right? Because it can't hit the core. All of those massive amounts of skeletons that spawn and respawn and respawn and respawn, none of them can hit the core. So none of them can end your run. So just ignore all that stuff. And the ogres come out pretty slow. Yeah, I mean, they're one at a time. So, like, getting ogre to ogre is pretty darn easy. And then, like I said, you got literally, like, 2 to 3 minutes after you kill the 3 ogres before another ogre will spawn. We should time that. We should time that. And see how long it is. Because I'm just guessing by that 2 to 3 minutes. In fact, after we get the 3 runs down on this, that'll break up the grind a little. We'll go do that real quick. The rogue is kind of mixed. It's a matter of your quality of drop there, Matumba. Like, the one from the summit is slightly better, more single target DPS. And yeah, mixed mode for everything. But the one from the summit is slightly more DPS than the one from the keep, as far as the crossbow goes. But the one from the keep has unlimited pierce. So, like in this situation, say there's an ogre right there, and I shoot the ogre, it's going to pierce that ogre and hit all the enemies behind it in the lane. So there's a lot of value to be had out of that keep weapon. Even though, technically, it's so close. It's literally, it's like in that 1% range, you know? Let's do this run and then one more, and then I'll go pop into the keep, and we'll just kind of let the boss walk around and see what happens with the ogre spawns, or what the time is. I'll need one of you guys to time it for me. If anybody's got their phone, or can bust out the old stopwatch. King Matumba will time it. Awesome. I don't know what the time is in between ogre rounds, but like you kill the 3 ogres, and it should be like 2 to 3 minutes before another ogre spawns. But only one way to find out, right? Got to time it out. And like I said, that'll be it'll break up the grind a little for me, since I'm like destined to spend 40 years in throne room here. Yeah, the sirens are endless. Well, the sirens are just don't let Phil hear me say this, but sirens are just trash mobs now. They got nerfed way too hard. I mean, a siren can still ruin your day if you're not paying attention, but just with the general recognition of them being there and you realizing they're there, they're just turned into trash mobs now. And rage auras are the most powerful thing in Endless for sure. 566 on prom. That's the highest I've heard of anybody going on prom so far. Most people are shooting for Ancient Mines for the high waves. It's insane. I mean, hats off to you for making it to 566. But more importantly, hats off to you for your level of patience, man. Because that is a long time. That's a lot of grind. I'm assuming you came and went and didn't do it all in one sitting, because it would be days, but... that's just an impressive amount of grind, you know? Aramir just busted 1,000 on Ancient Mines, but I know he broke it up. He did it over the course of, like, a week and a half. 12 episodes of Rick and Morty, 17 episodes of Riverdale. That's actually quicker than I thought it would take. What, Riverdale's are hour-long episodes and Rick and Morty's are 30s? I thought it would take way longer than that. I'm at like 400 on Ancient Minds, and I haven't gone back. Oh, you did it straight through. Wow. That's an impressive level of grind right there, man. I tell you what I'm due for, and I've been hesitant to start it, and I've already seen it so many times doing Ancient Power resets in DD2, but I think I might be ready to watch Game of Thrones again. And that's a lot of grind time right there. You watch Game of Thrones start to finish, that gives you some serious time in the grinder. With the whole House of the Dragon thing, you're on season 6. I've watched the entirety of Game of Thrones like 3 times now, but it's been... what, it's probably been 2 years, maybe. Maybe not that long. It's been 1.5 to 2 years since I watched it last. Yeah, Supernatural's a good one. Super long. That Vikings show is a good one, but the last few seasons, or the last season for sure, kind of went a little bit bummer. But Vikings is really good. And then just the usuals, you know? I mean, you can get a solid, what? Like a solid 12-hour grinder in just by watching Lord of the Rings again. I mean, I know we've all probably seen Lord of the Rings 6 million times now, but it's good, right? I actually just watched it. We just watched it again with my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law had never seen it. And it's funny, too. We kind of trapped her. She doesn't like super long movies. And, well, it's not that she doesn't like super long movies, but it's she goes to bed really early, and she likes to start watching a movie like around 6 or 7 p.m. So she wants a movie to be done by 9 o'clock, and she goes to bed, you know? And we didn't tell her how long they were, and the kicker there is we even watched the extended version. Oh, she loved them, man. She loved them. She was actually completely hooked and ended up staying up for 3 nights in a row to watch all 3 movies. She ended up staying up till like almost midnight. I was so proud. And then, of course, afterward, because I saw that she got into it, she's 81 years old, too. She loved it. But, I mean, she's also probably one of the coolest 81-year-olds you'd ever meet. Just some of the things she's done in her life has been quite impressive, you know? But, anyway, right after it's over, we're finally done. We make it through the Return of the King. And then I tell her, okay, now there's the Hobbit. And she's like, not yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I want to get her to watch Game of Thrones. She loves the drama type stuff like that. And she likes, you know, a good bit of action. She's got the hots for The Rock. Everything. She'll never say that, of course, but like if a movie comes out and The Rock's in it, she's like, gotta watch. Gotta watch. Oh, Augie, man. You came back too soon. Yeah, the hurricane, dude. You should have stayed away for the hurricane and then came back after. But I guess you gotta prep and everything, huh? It's coming, man. It is coming. What, it's supposed to smack... Is it Tampa it's supposed to make landfall in? That's gonna be nasty. You guys need to be safe down there. Office has generators. You'll live there. That's fair. Yeah, man. It's a big one, too. It's not playing around. I don't miss that from living on the East Coast. I do not miss the hurricanes at all. I remember when we first moved to DC, I was like 12 years old. And across the street from, my grandma lived in DC. And across the street from my grandma's house, there was a, like a park with a little bit of woods, like a little wooded area and whatever. And a hurricane came through. And this is all the way up in DC, they don't get the bad ones very often, but a hurricane comes through, and I'll never forget those trees. And these are big trees, in the park. They were twisted like a corkscrew. Like, they didn't rip out of the ground, they stayed connected, but they, all the way up these massive, massive trees, twisted like a corkscrew. Dealt with Katrina at a young age. Yeah, man, it's just no fun. Old lady, I remember too. An old lady lived across the street from my grandma. Her name was Gladys. She, was coming home, like, right when the height of the winds were hitting. She was going back to her house. She got out of her car, and a big gust came through, and she fell down and broke her arm. I remember that, too, from that storm. And she was a real nice, sweet old lady. So it was pretty sad to see her getting her arm broke. Brant, what's up, man? Gainesville is far enough inland. You don't usually get hit too hard. Well, hopefully not, man. Hopefully not. You guys definitely need to be safe, though. Lurking while you eat dinner? Yeah, that's fair. What you having? Anything yummy? Alright, come on, be there. Damn you, Phil. Hit the RNG button. That's pretty good. I mean, I'll use that on somebody. Actually, with that high fort roll, I might put that right on my Waller here. I'd lose a little bit of HP regen, but I think I would benefit from the walls. Alright, so I got a good piece this run. You know what that means? Spinning steel has got to be here. Brent will be your windbreak. It is not spinning steel at all. Ah, man, another inspired assault piece. Is that what it was? I'm having a hard time keeping the tooltip up. Yeah. Oh, it's got cast rate on it, though. Maybe I'll put that on my harpooner for the build speed. And in fact, that's definitely what I'm going to do. Let me lock that. So Mr. Harpooner is going to get that bad boy for the building. All right, let's do one more run, and then we'll do that timed the keep thing to check the ogre spawns, because that's important info. And that's something I always tell people to do that, but I've never actually gotten the real number. But the thing to do is you kill the ogres, then you get that 2-minute window on the boss, and then you go back and kill the ogres again. But I don't know that it's a 2-minute window. I'm just completely guessing there. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I've got a spinning steel now. I'm looking for a good one now. A good one. So, Brent, since you're having dinner, nobody will know, man. What's the next, what's the next hero to come to Going Rogue, man? Nobody will know you told us. I swear. Oh, shoot. Wrong hero. See, I'm trying to fish information out of Brent, and I'm building stuff on the wrong peeps. It's in the name. Oh, wow, really? That's going to be interesting. Lava Mine is your least favorite map? Mine is, want to say mine is probably Ramparts. Damn it, Augie. With the T's. Confident to say Aramir could push to 500 in prom in 20 minutes. Well, you know, I mean, 20 minutes might be a little aggressive. But I think prom will be a hot spot for pushing. Personally, I think it's going to be Ancient Mines, Endless Spires, and prom. I think people are going to push to the highest waves in. I really do. It needs 100 power, Cake. I tested that the other day. It caps out at 100 power in Massacre mode. So as long as you have 100 power, you're good. Aramir hit 1,000 on Ancient Mines a couple days ago, Brent. And, I mean, we were doing those together in community. I mean, not together, but we were doing them at the same time and talking. And they were, I mean, it's a long time. The waves end up taking forever. I ended up stopping at 400. It's a grinder, man. You wanna get up into those big ol' Epine floors. Boy, it is a grinder. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind you'll be the world first 1K prom, Matumba. You're already farther ahead than literally everyone that I know about. I mean, I don't know anyone that's gone as far as you have in prom. Not to say that somebody hasn't, but I'm not aware of it. The highest I've seen, I want to say, is 250. It's alright, Archangel. You can get up there and overcharge those wisps. Nothing ever wrong with having an apprentice. Prom for me, I mean, Matumba's probably got an entirely different answer, but you guys know I love traps and auras, and then EV nodes. I love them. It's my favorite things in the game. I just love building with them. I like the whole concept of it. Love everything about it. And prom, for me, prom is one of those maps where it's very conducive to heavy trap and aura builds, and I love that. I'm sure Phil has taken a look at Enragers already. They're crazy good in endless mode. The thing that makes them so good too is it really is the higher you go, the better they get. You got to work on the challenge for that map. It was a lot of fun. Nice. Don't explode me, Mr. Kobold. You prefer the challenge on prom to Tornado Valley? Like Tornado Valley, thematically, and I do feel like that you could use just a tickle more DU on Tornado Valley. And then as far as looks, Tornado Highlands, that map is just really pretty. You know, that's a good one to look at. It's very decorative. Those screenshots of Palantir, the upcoming map, that looks really good too. I think that one's going to be a good looking map. Guess I should spend this 3,400 I'm sitting on, huh? You're most excited for the new weapons? I'm excited for the rune system, I think, probably. I mean, the new maps and the new loot, obviously, you know, love that loot grind, but I'm very, very curious as to how the runes are going to play in. Because that whole system is it's gonna really change the game. Man, I would just die if there was a rune setup that would give you a harpoon meta. I would be so overjoyed by that. Castle Armory looks really good too, yeah. Obviously, those are unofficial looks, but I just like the whole theme of harpoons. Then I just, you know, generally speaking, I like kind of like steampunk stuff in games, and that's like the closest thing to a steampunk feel that we have, probably. They're super cool. Yeah. Harpoons. The tunes are very iconic, no doubts there. Dude, tried to get that right under that ogre and missed, but he died anyway. I think there's going to be that sort of diversity. That's what I really do. I think there's going to be a lot of viability with what can be done with runes. Give me a rune that does something to harpoons to make them a little bit better than they are. Give me that explosive rune for the DSTs from going rogue. And give me something that made Beaming Blossom shoot an extra beam. And just those three alone I would be pretty happy about. I mean, that's the goal, I think, right? Is to create a system to offer more build diversity. And then, of course, we got the Summoner coming. And, I mean, I just can't see the Summoner being anything but absolutely glorious. Well, I mean, you can use other stuff is the thing. Like I mentioned earlier, tomorrow morning I'll be uploading a Harpoon Flame Burst build on the Keep. So, I mean, other stuff is usable. And, like, we weren't using traps to this extent. I told everybody, one of the things with the summoner that just makes me just know that it's going to be really good is, you know, I mean, I talk to Phil a lot. And obviously, some of the stuff I talk to Phil about is not meant to be discussed on live stream. But some of it, I think he would be fine with. And one of the things I know for sure is Phil is very, very, very personally invested into what the community thinks about the summoner. And I think just with that fact alone, he's going to make the summoner a badass. I really, really think so. I think we're all going to be very, very happy with the summoner. Now, you know, of course, there's always going to be somebody that's going to be salty because it's not the exact DD1 summoner. But things like minion units, we already know that that's not going to happen. So, you know. I mean, I just know that Phil is very, very focused on us being happy about that summoner. You know. It's just going to be badass. Well, I mean, PTR is PTR, you know. Can't judge it for the PTR. That's there for a reason, right? To get it dialed in and get bugs fixed and all that good stuff. Get spun on there, Mr. Voracious. They already dead. Y'all done killed him. Here's one. Oh, and I ran out of spinny juice right as I was getting there. Ooh. Turn my buff off. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, King Matumbo, look at all the other heroes that have launched. Not just in DDA, but in DD2 as well. Like, the launch of every hero, they've come out on top. So, I mean, I think that's very realistic. I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of summoner builds. I really, really do. I mean, no doubt he will end up having... He or her will end up having some sort of meta defense. Or meta defenses. Without question. But I really do think it's going to be good. Industry standard for hero design and balance is to make sure they're good, then tone them down over time. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Well, I mean, spiders are... I mean, just crowd control, you know, is just really good in every tower defense game. Yeah, man. Dizzy's got the thought for the Jin. A Jin minion. I mean, the summoner's already past that point in design, I would guess, but you know, if we get another summoning type hero or another hero that brings minions down the road, a Jin minion would be the coolest shit ever. You know, think like you can go with the Dark Elf Warrior or whatever on the summoner and place it down and it basically runs all over the map. Imagine a Jin that could do that. And, you know, you couldn't make it buff towers, or that would be kind of broken, probably. But you could make it do a hero buff. That would be so awesome. Dude is thick. Oh no! What the hell? What was that? Another mage. Well, we better run it again. Can't be going out like that, right? King Matumba, you summoned that mage by saying mages keep sneaking in because of the Jid. You summoned it, King Matumba. It doesn't happen often, but, you know, when it happens, it's over. A Jin buffs a mage, it's GG. It's alright. We'll get him this time. I'm not going to change the build. All you got to do is put reflect beams in. But I'm just not going to put them in. Shoot, man. Did I build that stuff on the right hero? Yeah. Okay. It happened with both sessions you were a part of. That's the only 2 times I've seen it on this map. I've had it happen on the keep a few times, but on this map, that's the only 2 times I've ever had it happen. Alright. You got another 7-up. No stats mask. That's so weird. Nice, Brent. We'll take it easy, man. Have a good Sunday night. Alright, we'll get him, Then we'll pop over to the keep and do that run for science. We're doing it for science, y'all. Can't be going out on a bad one, though. What the heck? Oh, I wasn't aimed up high enough. All right. Sip on my coffee before it gets too cold here. So the plan for this upcoming week is, well, I mean, the official plan is for me to take off Monday and Tuesday and get stuff done here in real life. And then go Wednesday through Sunday. Oh, I love cold coffee. Another thought is I may just take off Monday and just go 6 days again, because, you know, I want to play anyway and I got plenty of grind to do. So I might as well get some streaming in, right? But additionally, next week I am going to add in some console gameplay. And I put a poll up on my YouTube community page for any of you console players. Right now, PlayStation is ahead. I'm going to end up doing both platforms during this this autumn celebration. But which one I do first, I've got a poll up for. And PlayStation is winning. Oh, I play all nonstop there, Matumba. Easiest thing to do is to join my Discord server. And you see how much of a degenerate gamer I am. Playing way too many hours of many days. I dedicate one day a week to the farm, you know, and I like usually end up busting my ass that one day where I get like all five acres mowed and anything that needs to be done with the animals and etc., etc. My wife handles most of the animal work, but occasionally she'll need something. And then this weekend, she bought a planer at an estate sale. So I want to, you know, I got to go through that planer and stuff before she starts using it. I don't want, you know, used, dangerous piece of equipment. I want to check it all out first. So that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, I think. And I talked to you all about the lighting for my mother-in-law out walking the dogs. I still don't have that completely finished. I'm going to get that all wrapped up tomorrow, too. I got all the hard work done. All of the power is run. Gave the whole system its own breaker, so should have no power issues whatsoever. An updated video on all my builds and stats. You know, I've never really done that. We're pretty novice, King Matumba. We've got 5 acres, so we would love to do something with it, but we're very novice. We're like, I'm straight up a city boy, you know. I was born and raised in Belfast and then Washington, D.C. So all this stuff we're doing here on the property, it's first time for us, for all of it. Now, I do have an engineering degree, so, you know, like the mechanical type things, you know, any electrical work or anything like that, I'm very comfortable dealing with all that. But as far as like raising livestock or like right now, next year we're getting cows, but right now we just have chickens and a bunch of dogs. Yes, lived there until I was 12. We moved from Belfast to Washington, D.C. when I was 12 years old. So I mean, my influential teenage years and everything were all in Washington, D.C. But I spent the early years in Belfast. No, you just have to do it on mixed mode, but you're going to want to do Rifted. Rifted to keep is way easier to do than non-Rifted with the reduction of enemies. But you don't have to do hardcore just to get the unlock. Just have to do it on mixed mode. Yep, that's the magic words for Aramir there, Alex, no doubt. I got spotered on. I think he's talking about a race, though, Aramir, and he's already at wave 500 and something. So, I mean... Well, and Rage Auras are just going to be meta on every endless map. There's no doubt. Taking away gas traps on some of the maps make things run smoother. Or make them run faster. I've got like, I'm like 11k range and like 9k fort on my enrages, something silly like that. I actually just changed mine. I got rid of my fused enrages and switched them over to strength drain auras. So I've been using unfused enrages lately. I've still been building them on the same character with the big range. Been basically, if solo I don't use gas traps, and in a group I've been using gas traps just for the safety measure. It's a significant time difference on almost every map though. On this map right here, it's straight up 10 minutes. Dean, thank you so much. Another month as a member of the Juicy Nation. Appreciate it so much. But yeah, gas traps, if you can do without them, it's a big time savings. I think you could probably say that on every map. But like, I personally, I like the safety of them when you're in group play. Oh yeah, that was major lack of sleep. I just add more wisps. I used 13 wisps on this one solo. And what do we got here now? We got 11 now, so yeah, it's 2 more wisps. But I do the... Oh, good lord, man. I walked right into that one. I do literally the exact same build, except remove the gas traps and add 2 more wisps. And it's straight up 10 minutes. Like, you can compare the 2 builds and do them with gas traps and then without, and it's legit 10 minutes. Yeah, it's going to save you by not using them. But on the same note, it's that big safety feature, you know? So it does buy you quite a bit of safety there, but, you know, when it comes to putting on the hard grind, of course, time is king, right? 15-minute runs versus 25-minute runs, or, you know, that's, what, potentially 2 extra runs an hour. Man, that Gen stayed out there a little bit long, huh? Feel like on console, Wisps have a weird targeting issue. They focus down Jin over Ogres. They should be, in my opinion. I think that's the way they're supposed to be. Ogres are actually, if you look at that forum post when it came out, or you can look at the video I put up on it, the targeting could use tweaks. The special enemy targeting. Yeah, Wisps even focus spiders first, where spiders should be way down the list, right? Guess I could see if I can find that post real quick while I'm dead. Let's see. I don't remember exactly what update that came in. Let me look through real quick and see what I can find. $27th. What update was that in? It wasn't the Lycan's Keep. Here it is, right here. Yeah, Jin are actually number 1 on the list. The special enemy tower priority is Jin, Lycan, Sharkin, Spiders, Copter Ogres, Wyverns, then regular Ogres, Dark Elf Mages, Kobolds, Dark Elf Warriors, then Bosses, then Orcs, Archers, Goblins, and Skeletons. So Jin is number 1 on the list. I kind of feel like I feel like that could use a few tweaks. I really do. Well, I mean, you know, I think that would be something very realistically for change to happen, but it's just a matter of the numbers, you know? It would take multiple people talking about it in the surveys or whatever, but I think that would be very realistic to get that changed. You want a link to it? Here is the update that stuff came in. Right there, and then if you prefer video form, of course I do have a video on that, but I don't have the link to it right now. But I definitely feel like it could use some tweaks. And like I said, I think Phil would have no objection to changing that if many people wanted it, you know? If, like, just I go and talk about it or just you go and talk about it, it's not going to get changed. But if a bunch of people do, or if a bunch of people back the idea, like on a forum post or whatever, I think there'd be no issue at all with Phil changing that. You're happy about the priority right now? I feel like ogres should be a little higher. Is my only concern. There's some enemies that I just really feel like ogres should be targeted before a few of the options listed. Who do we got? Miss Crazy. Let's give her a little smacking. Two copter ogres on the core too. I mean, that really shouldn't be an issue, but there we go. All right, come on, be there. Ugh, man, look at the roll on that. A 2-stat roll with Inspired Assault. Ah, that would have been the one right there if it could have been a 3-statter. Stability and regen. God, it just seems like I get stability and regen, or what was the other one? There's two of them I feel like I see all the time. Nothing good for me on that run. Alright, so I'm going to pop out a group here and then head on over. If somebody could bust out a stopwatch or have a way to keep time here. And let's time the time in between ogre packs on the boss wave on the keep. Let me get rid of some of this junk. I think that's probably good, right? No, there's more junk. That's good enough. Yeah, just looking for the exact time. I always tell people it's 2 or 3 minutes, but I don't really know. So just gonna test out what the exact time is there. Ogres come pouring out after now? Well, let's check it out. It's basically just, you know, because I always tell people to kill the ogres first before they start focusing on the boss. So I'm just wondering how much time is there between the shitstorm of more ogres and after the first round of ogres is dead. $40 wood of 50, I'll have mana regen. Well, I mean, you know how RNG is. If you don't want mana regen, they're gonna be there. Like, I couldn't get health regen before, and now it's all I'm getting. It's like, my God, really? I did choose mixed mode, didn't I? Yeah. next update, the one that will be in PTR testing within the next couple of weeks. It is soon. You have an ALK Labs build? Nice. I'm not going to do grind to keep. I just wanted to do it the one time, just to time the amount of time in between ogre spawns. So yeah, we can do ALK Labs after that if you want to show a snazzy build on. Oops. Upgrade them like I would the other waves. I don't want to do that. I gotta get everything built first. Alright. So we'll just chillax it out until the boss wave, and then, and then we'll see what's up with these ogres. Yeah, HPM, or the mana mainly, used to be super rare. What did I find more entertaining, the release of DD2 or the release of DDA? I would have to say DDA, because DD2 was in early access for year after year after year before release. So, I mean, I had, I don't know, probably 4,000 or 5,000 hours into DD2 by the time it launched. Where DDA, there was things we had never even experienced in the game until launch, you know? And I missed the launch of DD1. I was a Orcs Must Die junkie then. Well, yeah, but HP regen is very, very meta in every other aspect of the game besides endless mode, you know? You gotta remember too, like until leaderboards come, people aren't going to be really pushing endless mode. You know, I don't think there will be. I mean, there will be a few, but the majority of people are just going to be grinding the loot. They're not going to mess with endless mode, other past getting the golden pets. Orcs Must Die is super fun. Very, very good game for sure. I mean, it's the big three, right? Dungeon Defenders, Orcs Must Die, and Sanctum. They're like the best action defense games made. The thing Dungeon Defenders has over all of them is the loot. You know? Having the loot grind adds so much gameplay value. Or replay value. Coffee Stain made Satisfactory, and then they got Goat Simulator 3 releasing, or it may even have released already. It's either coming out or coming out soon, but Satisfactory has been crazy successful. And it is a really, really great game. I've talked to them a bunch of times about a Sanctum 3. And they're like, we're just not ready for that yet. I mean, they do want to do a Sanctum 3. Orcs Must Die games are great. They're absolutely worth playing. Like I said, the only thing about Orcs Must Die games in comparison is you're just not going to get the number of hours. Like Dungeon Defenders games having the loot grind, it just gives so much more playtime, you know? Yeah, I played Super Sanctum TD. The OG. Got a 105 guard chest plate there, it looks like. Non-fusion, sadly. So unless it's a god roll, it will go right in the trash. I'm still saving to potentially put together a non-fusion set of buff beams. If I get some just sickening high roll pieces. But I mean, it's going to require some pretty sickening high roll pieces, you know? Well, I mean, the best loot in the game is just not going to come from endless mode, you know? You definitely don't do endless mode for loot, unless you're, like, just looking for good pieces and you don't have to have best. And then it makes for a very, very chillaxing grind. I've gotten a few good pieces from it. But, I mean, I've gotten some pretty ridiculous pieces from mixed mode now. So the hook, for me, the hook has been sunk. I'm a firm believer in the mixed mode. Were my brooch drops, but you know, I've only farmed 2 brooches so far. When I say my RNG was trash there, Matumba, I'm talking like not 1 day's worth of trash. It has been 3 days worth of trash. I've been doing Throne Room literally nonstop for 3 days. And I've only seen 1 spinning steel sword, and it was a low roll. So, I mean, the ones I've got multiple from the keep that are better than the Throne Room ones so far. Yeah, I'm not talking I was a little unlucky. Well, I can give you an idea. Here, Matumba. We hit a break here. I'll show you. Like, I have tossed probably half of the accessories, I've tossed probably half of the bracers I've found. And look at my bracers. What, 2 shy of a full page? There's a full page, and there's half a page. So, what, I'm just short, I'm 1 bracer short of 2.5 pages of bracers. And I've trashed probably 50%. So, I mean, my RNG has been terrible. Terrible. No, I just haven't gone through them all yet. I've just been hard grinding. I'll probably keep maybe 10 of those for trading when it comes. But I need to go through them because I'm starting to run out of inventory. Again. Imagine that. I mean, they're all usable to someone. Just probably, most of them are probably not usable to me because I've got better stuff already. But they're definitely usable pieces in total, you know. I'll probably end up scrapping my inventory twice before trading hits, to be honest. I don't know. I don't really ever look at DPS values since it's such a stat-based game. So I'm not really sure where that would stand. But, I mean, he's probably 12k or close to 13k with 30% percent damage increase. Theoden. Thank you so much, Theoden. I do appreciate it a ton. 45 months. Woo! Just short of 4 years. Good lord, man. Thank you so much. Just get range on every piece and ignore range exists. There's no stat you want to shoot for range. Just have range on every piece and don't worry about upgrading for it or anything else. The thing with Wisps is they've got absolutely absurd levels of range scaling with upgrades. Like, pretty over-the-top range scaling with upgrades. So even with a crappy level of range, your Wisps are going to get absolutely enormous just by getting them fully upgraded. Yeah, that's more than sufficient. I mean, that will end up going up to like 6k or whatever as you get better mixed mode loot. That's not too shabby. 15-minute ALK Labs solo. Not too shabby at all. Alright, so what we're looking for here is you get the 3 ogre spawns. How much of a break is there between those 3 ogre spawns and then the next ground ogre coming? That's what we're looking for here. So we're just going to ignore the boss and let him walk around. Alrighty, will do. Just basically right after the 3rd ogre dies. Still no ogre yet. See, that's the thing. It's just having any level of a decent DPS hero. And you've got to... Okay, there's the first ground ogre. God, they feel like they're coming out really slow. There's the second ground ogre over on the short lane here. Let me give him a little tickle. Okay, and there's the 3rd ogre. So after this ogre dies, how much time is there? Okay, so ogre down. So start it up. And let's see how much time there is. Oh, it wasn't that much. There it is. So that was probably only like a minute, huh? Let my buff reset before I go get on him. See, the reason I just don't ever do that is I can kill him before the first ogre comes out. Wasn't even a minute. Yeah, that was really quick. 24 seconds. It's not much time. But, I mean, figure from the time he spawns until the time he smashes a core. You know, you probably have close to a minute. If you wait long enough, all hell breaks loose. Gonna have to try that sometime. Maybe it's like an enraged timer. Junk. Meh. 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 And meh. Boo. Packs of ogres come rolling out. I wonder how long it takes to get to that. That could be quite entertaining to watch. Well, I just got way better than that. Like, even on the alt of my alts, I've got better than that. Alright, Aramir. You online now? Let's see. Yep. Is it 4-player viable? If so, I'll queue it up public. You're going to curse my spinning steel drops for like the next 5 runs? If that's it, that's no problem. I was afraid you were going to say 50. We could try it out. All right, that'll work. That'll work. I'll wait till you load in here. I'm wondering how good spawn camps will be on ALK Labs, or is it even worth? Your EV DPS is 8,000 lower than your Squire? Dang. That's beast, man. That's beast. Alright, let's get it. We are ALK Labs. Should I leave it as private or public? Should we test it 2-player first? Let's just go for it. Well, I mean, you would have to do it without gas. For certain. Depends on how fast we can kill the boss. So we got what? Ensnare and electric here. We got 1 explosive trap. We got double R's up front. Wow. So we got ensnare and electric up front with an explosive. And then just an explosive there, too. One gas. Gonna boil down to boss killing, huh? And some wisps and one reflect beam. Six wisps. Similar to what I was thinking. Same everywhere. Cummins boy, you have to do the keep on mixed mode to get Liking King, or summit on mixed mode to get Ancient Dragon. And then ALK Labs to get Demon Lord for Act 1. The survival unlocks that you've probably already did. Don't cross over to mixed mode as far as the bonus difficulties go. Yeah, luckily the wave unlocks are there, though. Like, the survival wave unlocks save, just not the bonus unlocks. So you'll at least, you know, have those wave 23 starts, which will make it pretty painless, you know. It just spooters off me. The gin is sucking. That's what they do, man. Damn gin. You gotta remember too, ALK Labs has a very, very wide RNG range on mixed mode boss spawns. So like for solo play, I've seen it as low as like 850 mobs per wave and as high as like 1450. So there is going to be a bit of RNG factored into your run times. You had like 1,100, 1,200 mobs? That's fair. This one, of course, 4-player. I can't really judge the time. Plus, we had a gen get sucky. So, sucky gen is no fun, right? Have an idea for those suckers? I mean, depending on how you're killing the boss, too, you could always move the wisps up here. If you're killing the boss on a squire, that would be no problem at all, you know? Of course, if you're killing them on a ranged hero from the top of the furnace, abusing the mechanic, then that's a whole nother story. Yeah, they're healthy and 4-player for sure. I think with the ogres spawning so quick after the initial group, I think the official answer I would tell people trying to break into it now is just go and hit the boss right away. But when ogres spawn, leave the boss. So you'll get, I mean, it seemed like it was about 20 seconds in between each individual ogre spawn throughout the whole thing. So, you know, ogre comes in. If your defenses aren't killing it, obviously you have to. So get over and kill it, and then tag the boss again. But the second you see another ogre spawn, just go ahead and pop the trap, and then run over and deal with the ogre before you engage the boss again. Thing too, you know, once you get a DPS hero set, it's that 25 seconds or whatever it was in between ogre spawns, but remember there's another 15 seconds or 20 seconds on top of that before they make it to a core. So, I mean, with a decent DPS hero, there's a pretty solid chance you're going to be able to kill him in 40 seconds, you know? Start hitting the boss, bait the trap. Look at the map for lane ogres. Lane ogres are only a problem if there are other copter ogres running down the same lane. Yeah, because copter ogres take target priority for special enemies. There's some 105 Pathfinder, primitive Pathfinders, little primitive boots. Get wrecked, vacuum cleaners. I got spootered on again. Curious to see how this one will run solo, because this map is just, it's a map people are going to want to do, myself included. You know, you get an acceptable ranged weapon that has pinpoint accuracy. You get a propeller cat, which is going to be best in slot pet for multiple heroes. And then you get a guaranteed brooch drop, which, you know, brooches can be hard to come by. Did you have to tone your range down at all, Aramir, to be able to fit 2 R's in right here? Dump everything into wisps at the start? No? Okay. I was just curious, because this is a tight area up here. Traps are so good right now. They're in a great place. I'm just swinging around, not hitting anything. Makes it to at least an acceptable farm time. I've only done it twice since the accessory change, and both times were 20 plus minutes. I'm wondering, with solo, you get rid of those gas traps, don't you? Just keep the back one. Well, I mean, they're not. Neither one of them are really required, but they're definitely both very good defenses for sure. Yeah. I mean, the waves are 4 players, 4 player, more enemies, more health. You know. So it's ensnare electric, ensnare electric, ensnare electric. Curious to see how the solo times are. I'll try one solo after this one with the same build. Add in 2 wisps and get rid of the middle or reflex. Okay. Where are you normally tanking the boss at? I guess it doesn't even matter as long as you're not down here. Are you fighting the boss from up here? Or you're not fighting him from up here on a squire? Or you're doing EV, huh? EV's definitely looking pretty nice with those boss weapon changes for sure. That was a big damage buff. And it was usable before. And it got a huge damage buff when the boss weapons changed. Squire just jump in his face and spin. Yeah, he's going to be pretty thick, 4-player, huh? All right, boss man. The screen shake is caused by his cheeks clapping. Where you guys want me to take him? Anywhere? Shoot it where you want him. So I'm the only squire in the group here. Nobody cares. I'm just going to smack him right here. Only 19 bill. That's not too bad. Be a chump. Don't make me jump up there and spin on you, mister. Don't make me do it. So that, I mean, that was 20 minutes in a 4-player group. That's pretty good. Power and mana restore. Pretty decent stat rolls. How about the kitty? Oh man, trash tier kitty. The sniper. All of the boss weapons are better than the non-boss weapons. Let me see, check the time here. Yeah, I think I got time for I'm gonna try it solo once. Try the time here on a solo run. This will be the last run of the day, y'all. Gonna have me a little Sunday night family time here. I'll deal with my loot later. Let's see. Now, also realizing I never did this build before, so it might take me a couple minutes longer than it should be. Just to get the build done. Wish the pets would drop with different colors. That'd be cool. Alright, so we had one there with a Splody. And a gas here. And that with a Splody. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room, huh? I guess I thought that was closer together than it was. Go with Explodey. Was it, right? And then the Wisps. Would have been better off like this. Dump all this right here while the wave's running. Got a pretty good RNG on this one. 871 mobs. Alright. Mana dumped. Oh, shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can... Don't die, y'all. Don't die. What was it? Siren. Because I was dead. Siren didn't have a target. Shot at the core. Try it again here. Move it back, reflect up, you think? Well, I mean, if I wouldn't have died, the Siren would have targeted me. But the choke was on. Yeah, but he was using, that was filler DU. Let me just pop on the... I'll just pop on the Squire and go smash and face. Instead of trying to chillax it out. Would be nice to get through the first wave where I could do this mad upgrade string while the wave was running, though. Man, they're making it in. Need some upgrades on these side lanes and we'll resolve that, I think. Definitely on the push over here. And of course, this time we got 1,300 mobs. What happened to the RNG, damn it? I just looked up and noticed that. 800 last run, 1,300 this run. So yeah, the RNG is pretty wide on the number of mobs on this one in mixed mode. Oh, Monkey King. Definitely don't go Little Bomber on a Squire unless it's just for memes. The Monkey King is like twice as much damage, and figure on the Squire you gotta be in melee range anyway. I mean, use the pet you want to use. Let me rephrase that. But the most optimal use would be the Monkey King. Monkey King's a mean fella. They didn't make him king for nothing, you know? I think after these upgrades around, we won't have to worry about those leakers through the sides here. Yeah, it's taking forever to run here. Actually, it's only been 5 minutes. I guess it feels a hell of a lot longer than 5 minutes. Well, it's a matter of, is it good enough to use, or is it the best thing to use? So, if you're playing on the Squire, the best thing to use is the Monkey King. If you like using a Little Bomber, then use a Little Bomber. They're all godly once you're doing Rifted there. Kaylee, you won't see a non-godly one of any pet. What you're doing, mixed mode, Massacre mixed mode, bonus waves, you just won't see a non-godly pet. Every pet will be godly. Oh, you mean godly as in really good. I bet it's still not near as much damage as either the Little Bomber or the Monkey King. The Little Wizard, I love it. It needs so buff. You do you there, Uzar. You do you. I mean, the thing with the Little Bomber is it gives you range, but if you're playing on a Squire, you don't care about range. So, if a Little Bomber, if all 3 of the Little Bomber's projectiles hit the same target, it's doing just under half of the DPS that a Monkey King does. So it's such a massive difference. I'm a fan of the Little Wizard, Takelu. You're not going to sell me on saying the Little Wizard is good. The Little Wizard needs a straight-up buff, dude. It does. It's my favorite pet. I would prefer to use that pet. It sucks. I mean, let's just say it. It sucks. It needs a buff. Buff Little Wizard Phil? Got another 105 shield there. Oh, shit, man. I died again. God dang it. Need to quit staring at the loot window. I don't know if I got enough upgrades in for the sirens to... Looks like that siren just... no. Siren got waxed. Surprisingly. But yeah, anyway, the Monkey King does about a little more than double the damage output of the bomber if all 3 of the bomber's shots hit one target. And the bomber, all 3 of its shots, like, almost never hit the same target. I mean, it does happen, but it's not consistent, you know? So, considering you're up in things' face anyway, the Monkey King is just going to shred in comparison. I mean, not even same conversation. 2 times plus damage. But, you know, if you don't stay alive, you're not going to complete a build with no reflect beams. No, I want the little wizard to be good. I want the little wizard to be the meta pet to use, because I think that's the coolest thing ever. But it's just not very good. You know? Well, big bummers on that one. I mean, the time, even with the high mob counts, the time was going good. You know, we were, what, it was like 6 minutes in to clear the first wave or whatever, or something like that, and that included the build time. So definitely not too shabby. But I could give you an example here on the old Monkey King. $85, $87, still creeping. It's going to come up to about 108 million DPS from a pet. 36 times 3, you know, so that's 108 million DPS. So you got 108 million DPS, or you got... let me let it reset. It was 371 upgrades. I showed it right at the beginning. Did it reset? Yeah, it's reset. I mean, there's the comparison. And this is actually a little bomber that's way better than that Monkey King. That's the little bomber. And there's the Monkey King. So, I mean, with a better little bomber, it's doing what it was doing, like 60% of the damage. You don't look at damage rolls, Dekalu. I don't know how many times I got to tell you that. You look at number of upgrades. You don't look at damage rolls at all. Ignore damage rolls. All you care about is number of upgrades, attack rate, and the 3 stats. That's it. There's not enough of variance in the damage rolls to make any difference at all once you get it upgraded. So ignore the damage rolls, man. I mean, it's hard enough just to get a 3 statter with a high number of upgrades, right? I got lucky on my bomber. That one's pretty fat. But, you know, what can you do? You got to take what RNG gives you. Well, the damage roll, I mean, you're wasting your time, is what I'm saying. So, if you like damage rolls, then look at another item, because the pet's not what you want to look at. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the weapons either, for that matter. It's just you're playing the wrong game. So, I mean, look at it all you want. But just don't add it into your conversation and explaining it to people, because you're only adding information that doesn't need to be there. It's easier if you just say 382, all 3 stats. Everybody's going to already assume you're at the rate cap. Let's see the best little wizard I have. I haven't farmed it for one yet. That's not it. 3, that's the best 3 statter I've got so far. Yeah, that's the best one. But, I mean, that's just a cool-ass pet. But it just doesn't do enough, you know? It's nowhere near enough damage. The benefit of it piercing is good and all. But all the trash mobs are dying in your auras or traps anyway. You know? It's just not very good. What was that other one? The other one's probably not going to be as good. Because no ability. But we'll throw some gold at it here and look. What is that? 18.45. 15. Yeah, it's a little better, actually. But still just disappointing. You know? Just a bummer. I mean, you couldn't get a 425 little wizard to do as much damage as probably a 350 little bomber. You know? It's just, it needs a buff. The Pierce, like I said, the Pierce is great and all, but it doesn't bring enough value to warrant the massive reduction in damage. You know, just such a big difference. Anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for today. The next autumn celebration stream is not scheduled until Wednesday, but there may be one Tuesday. You'll have to keep an eye on my community page or on Twitter, and I will post up all the infos there. But anyway, that is going to get it for me for today. The giveaway for this week ends tonight at midnight Pacific time. So make sure you all get entered. At some point, the bot will actually put a command in there. Maybe. We'll find out here in a moment. Bot's slacking today, huh? There it goes. All right. So anyway, get entered, y'all. We're going to have another giveaway starting on Wednesday when the autumn celebration resumes. Tomorrow morning, additionally, I'll have a Flame Burst Harpoon Keep mix mode video up for anyone interested in that. And I think that's about it. Hopefully everybody's having a great Sunday night. But thank you all so much for hanging out today, and I will see you all soon. Join the Discord, y'all.